Hello, everybody, and welcome to the kickoff sprints for GameNightAthon. Hope you guys are ready. You can already see that Buffy is staring at me for some attention, but hope you guys are ready. What are you guys going to be starting with? So, you guys voted for me to start with the orange prompt, mood read. So, I will be doing that, though my mood read is just me continuing what I was reading in the month of June. I was going to say July, June. So let's see whether we have some people here already. Hey, Tufty. Wow, you've got your own like copyright mark. Hello, Judith. How are you? Oh, hey, Larissa. Thank you for the birthday wishes. We also have a fade here at the bottom now. So as I said, I will be continuing with my mood read, which is Kaikei by Vaishnavi Patel, which now finally you can read correctly. Like the lighting is much better now than it was Thursday evening. But so you can still see the two bookmarks. They're quite close to one another, but this is where I actually want it to be. This is the 100 page mark because I can only count 100 pages in Kaikei, so I have a little bit extra. So I think I have about 180 pages to read in it. So it's probably not going to be done today, but hey, we can hopefully get a decent chunk of that done so that tomorrow I will be able to log my first reads. Hello, Kitty. Finished cleaning just in time. Wow, it was like real, like, good planning. Hey, Judith, I'm also why am I saying hey, Judith? I will also already apologize for any sort of weird brain farts because today of all days, being my birthday, of course, had to be the day in which I'm struggling with allergies a lot. So if I mute myself quite regularly to blow my nose, that's the reason why, because it has not been a great morning. I already took medication, but it isn't really helping much yet. So I'm also reading for the Orange Mood Read, or One Piece Volume 85. Nice. Hello. I have started Lord of Light by Roger Zelazny today. I did not read any pages in advance. 290-page book, but quite finally printed, I reckon. Yeah, so it's a fully packed 290 pages. And I'm assuming it is sci-fi because you were gonna read a lot. You were gonna try to read a lot of sci-fi, right? I'm starting Seven Faceless Saints. I wanted to start this morning, but we picked up my new car. Wow, that's exciting. How is it? Is it like I mean, all I know about cars is the color basically. So but I'm hoping you were happy with it and that it like was everything that you expected this car to be. I'm some 25 pages in. I have just come in from the hammock when it got overcast with slightly drippy clouds here today. Yeah, it's been like it has rained, I feel like, but I was still in bed when it was doing that because when I was like I left home around 11:30, and then it was clear like that it had rained because all of the ground was like wet. And then when I was out and about, it started to drizzle a little bit towards the end when I was coming on my way back home. But I haven't really seen it come true since then. But it might still rain because it's just rather overcast as well today. But I did still go out because I wanted to get myself some treats for my birthday. Hello, Shadia. It's a gray Toyota Yaris and it drives like a dream. Nice. Perfect. Hello, Denise. I will not be reading. I'm preparing my Harry Potter date this afternoon. Nice. Already read 85 pages today. Nice. Doing some immersion reading. Yeah, I have yet to read. I mean, I read War and Peace, but I read War and Peace every morning, so I don't actually count that. So I read like the 7 pages or so of that this morning. And then I have not done any other reading, but so I am going to be starting that with you guys now. Here we are. Also doing the orange mood read. Nice. Most people starting with mood read, it seems like. With my audiobook, My Deepest Darkest, which is not orange. And then I'll do green for Found Family for Speaking Bones. Totally not green and 600 pages left. Nice. So for my second prompt, most likely, unless a ton of people are going to start voting now, we will have to read a what is it? Was I think it was a red prompt, right? To read a book set in a country that I would love to visit. And actually, I just saw the cover for that book when I was like signing in because Jack Edwards, he just released a video like an hour ago at this point, I guess. And like the book that I'm going to be picking for that prompt is actually on his thumbnail for that video. Sorry, forgot to say hey Femke. Just making some lunch and still have some chores to do before I will continue reading. Good luck with those. All I know about cars is the color too. I had to ask for a double part car to be moved once. What kind of car is it? I was asked. Haven't got a clue. Blue one. Exactly. It's like when my friends are like, or like my colleagues are like, oh yeah, that's colleague's car, and I'm like, I have no way of knowing who's driving which car because all I know is a color. Unless they have like a car that's like a specific shape and a specific color. Like one of my colleagues has like a beige car, more or less, in like a specific model. Then I'm like, that's my colleague's car." But otherwise, it's like, yeah, it's one of the 20,000 gray cars driving around. I also need to finish Hedge Witch this evening, so I hope it will fit the Found Family prompt because its cover is very green. Yeah, the the Found Family one you guys didn't end up choosing because I did like have a choice for that, but also one that I wasn't entirely sure was going to be Found Family. We followed the same path then. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Yeah, that's not the it's not the rhythm of that song. Okay, I do have a color question. Thinking about it, the back of my copy of Speaking Bones is kind of green teal, but not the front cover. Does that count? I would say no. I would say it needs to be the front cover. I think I'm going to count my book for the yellow prompt since it's 260 pages, so I can cross off all 5 spaces on the grid. Nice. I'm going for yellow circle prompt number 1, so the under 300 page book. So Lord of Lies at 297 pages fits both the 250 page block and the prompt and the color bonus. Nice. Perfectly done. Sing along segment. Let's go. Yeah. Thank you. You guys already wished me happy birthday on the Discord. So but I got like cinema tickets from my parents. Like they sent me a code for like my favorite cinema, the one I was talking about in a week. So the independent one. So they have like a card that you can go like 6 times, and it's like it's more expensive now. So it used to be like 47 euros, I think. So it was like 7 euros a visit. And now I think it's like 9 euros a visit, but still it's so much cheaper than the chain one. And so they got me one of those cards. I still have one, but they are also valid for like 2 years, so I can definitely get use out of it. But I'm very happy because I asked that actually for Christmas and I didn't get it then. So now I'm like happy that they remembered that. Uh, you and I are on the same place, I think. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that like in 2 minutes when we're really in the um, sprint, when we're actually sprinting. In the next sprint, I also have something to open because I received a package, maybe from one of you guys. I don't know. I don't remember getting myself anything, so I expect this to be a gift. Otherwise, this is going to be a very like how do you call that, embarrassing moment of me going, all right, I ordered that book. Considering it's very small, I think I know what this is, but I also don't actively, like, I'm not entirely sure I put that book on the wish list, so I'm not entirely sure it's that book, but that's going to be something that we can pack out together in the next sprints. Are you heading right or left next? Yeah, you guys are going to be choosing my prompts, but I'm definitely not going to tell you guys where I am. You're going to be able to follow in the beginning. So now you guys will know the first 2, and I think the third one you'll still be able to follow as well, probably. But after that, you're going to lose track of where I am because I'm not allowing you to know where I am because that will impact your choices for what prompts I get. Presents are always fun indeed. And I was actually very, very pleasantly surprised with my parents for that because typically they just give me money so that I can just buy whatever I want with it, which obviously is also really fun. But, I always prefer to get a nice little gifts. I'm banned, so it's not for me. Well, the ban is officially lifted, but and we will see who it's from. No idea where I'm going next because I don't know what I'm picking up next or finish next. Chaos reading, mood reading, mood reading. But so we are about to go into our first sprint. I'm gonna do the same as I do for my Thursday, so 40 minutes sprinting and then 20 minutes read. So let's go into the first one. See you guys in 40. How did you guys do? How did you guys do? Thanks to Chadia. I was like just remembering that I said that I was gonna that I was gonna post this link on Discord, like really, like literally, like 1 minute ago. So I was just copying it in there when I saw that. Luckily, Chadia had already shared it because obviously I forgot the second sprint started. But so, how did you guys do? I just calculated and already forgot, but I think something like 27 pages or something like that. So still not where I was supposed to be yesterday evening, but I think I'm like 40 pages away from that. So in 2 sprints or so, I'll be where I was supposed to start today. And Buffy's meowing. Somewhere here. I'll try to puzzle your journey and see if I'm correct later. It could be another game entirely, like try to figure out which choices Cleo made based on the prompt selections. I just got up because I thought my cat was meowing for me, but it was yours. Yeah, I have that very regularly when I'm watching like videos. I think like it's not always the case because cats do have like very individual meows. So some cats won't have it with because their type of meow just sounds so different. But of course, because I have two cats which very different meows, there's more chances of me like thinking it's one of my cats when I hear a meow. So that was me responding that also happens to me a lot. I had that once too during sprints, but I thought it was a cat outside because my cats have different meows. Yeah, exactly. Like I posted it on Discord. I think that when was it Thursday evening? I accidentally locked Buffy out on my balcony, and then I was also like confused because at some point I was like, wait, what is this like insistent meowing I'm hearing from? There's a cat outside, and then it's like, oh wait, what? That's my cat outside. We'll do another attempt at this. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. May your day be perfect. Thanks for the birthday wishes. Need to walk the dog and feed the kitties, but I will be back. No worries. Oh, just jumped on me. Finished my book. Wow, nice. Had only 30 pages left and read a bit more of an arc. Nice. I put a loaf of bread in the oven, so I'll need to take the lid off on the pot off of. Need to need to take the lid off the pot on the hour. Then I hammered for a bit. Now I'm sat at my picnic bench with the iPad squeezed between tea trays. Okay. I read 2 chapters of One Piece, volume 85, and put Nick to bed because he isn't feeling well. Ah, hope he feels better soon. I have lettuce, sage, and basil to my left and ungerminated sea trays to my right. Almost done with one of the very technical chapters in Speaking Bones. Technical chapters. Interesting. I could be reading, but Inazuma 11. My book Lord of Light is weird. I'm only 35 pages in so far, but I have zero clue what the hell is going on. Classic sci-fi is odd. Can your cats wander off out onto the streets from your balcony, or they do not do that? Well, they can if they want to, but they don't. So, I live on the ground floor, and my balcony is like it's not really totally level with ground floor. So I guess the base of my balcony is like half a meter or so above ground level. My previous cat, Delilah, she would go out onto the streets, but she was also like so small that she could actually fit underneath the railing, because I have like a glass railing, and so she could fit underneath and she would go like that typically. But these cats need to go from the top. But even then, I think they would be more than capable of doing it. I know Delilah did it once at least. Um, but they haven't done so. But they've also been indoor cats their entire life. They've just been outdoor for like a few months, maybe, when their previous owner went to a retirement home and her kids dropped them into the streets. And so I don't think they have good memories or associations with the outside world. So they're more than willing to just stay indoors. Fate is the one that I expect to do this one day, but it's been 4 years, I think, at this point in time, probably, and she still hasn't done it. So I think she probably will never do it. But she's like the explorer of the two. If I leave the hallway door of my apartment open, she will go out into the general hallway and walk around. I guess if somebody were to leave their apartment door open, she would be more than willing to go into their apartments. But so I would have expected her to at some point jump off of that balcony, especially when there are like birds out on the streets. Then I'm like worried about it. But she has still not done that, so I'm pretty sure they won't. And I mean, for Buffy, getting onto the balcony is already her overcoming some of her fears, so I don't think she will ever jump off. The neighborhood cats here seem to wander far and wide. Yeah, definitely most cats do, but so because these have been indoors most of their life, I think that they just, are comfortable with this, especially since they have some trauma from the outside. Just rolled the first die for this game nightathon. I'm so chaotic. I didn't really prepare anything, so now I let the die decide which prompts I'm going to read each time I finish one. Nice. So it's like each side represents one of the colors, or like who was it? You? Maybe it was you. Maybe somebody shared on the Discord as well, like that they were doing like each number represented one of the rows, I think, right? And then they would just ignore the last row or something. There was somebody who was doing it with a die. Was that you, or is it also somebody else who was doing it with a die? It's your bird team. I want you to have fun. 48% into my book, had to stop in the middle of a battle. I mean, that might be nice because battle sequences for me can sometimes just take too long. Got that Willy Wonka Wonderland tune stuck in my head. I don't think I know that one because it's from the newer one, I assume then. Because I'm mainly familiar with the old, what is it, Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka. I actually, the tattoo on my rib is actually a line from one of the songs from the old Willy Wonka. But I've seen the new one, but like once, and then I was just like so upset that they gave the Oompa Loompas a new song that I wasn't a big fan. This started in the book 5 pages in, but was way too late for the first print. Hopefully, I can pick up speed in the next one. Yeah, it will still be here for a while. I think I'll probably go into like six or something like that, so that then I can like prepare food, have food and stuff like that, and make it in time for the movie at 8 o'clock. Finish my second book for the readathon. Femke. Because I read while eating lunch. Finished A Prayer for the Crown Shy. My third book will be The Unspoken Name by Eke Larkert. Okay, but at least that one is a long one. So we know that the third one is not going to be finished still today. I read 17 pages. Wow, Larissa, we're not used to seeing those types of numbers from you. The neighborhood cats can all scale 6 foot fences around here. They scramble up and over and they wander around the neighborhood. I've seen them perched on the narrow top edge of the fence panels too. Yeah, I think cats, if they want to, they can really like, they can go, they can kind of get onto almost anything. It actually reminds me because I saw a video this morning of a cat who's like jumping off of a boat on trying to get onto another one, but it was a little bit too confident about their abilities because they didn't actually make it. But I'm sure that just if they had just shown patience for a little bit longer, they could have. Fate, the guest cat to your neighbors. She wants to. She doesn't do it, but like, so my balcony, next to it, there's another balcony, but there's like what will it be like? Almost a meter of like solid wall in between there. I've seen her looking temptingly at the railing of my neighbors and being like, "Can I make that jump or not?" Exactly. Mine too. Can't keep them in, but I'm glad they always come home every evening. I've read The Unspoken Name, yes. I still need to pick up the second one as well. But then I flubbed up and double dipped on the Thousand Eyes when I bought it, but failed to remove it from a wish list. Nice. Well, okay, it's a horror movie starring Nick Cage. Does it have anything to do with Willy Wonka, or is that just like my brain's association? That's not me. I use my D&D die for when I need to decide with weirder numbers. For the start, I could use 5 prompts, so I had my D10 for it. 1, 2, first prompt. Okay, I don't know enough about D&D dice to understand that, but it's nice to see because the original game is also played with dice, but I didn't go for that route of like potentially adapting it to a readathon game. 28 pages into Spindle Splintered Lies. I really like that one. It is. I'm supposed to still film a recommendations video for this readathon, and the Spindle Splintered is actually going to be on there. Splash, exactly. They were short books though, and that's exciting to hear that you liked it. I'm on chapter 4 now and really enjoying it so far. Yeah, the nice thing is you can kind of rewatch like the live show for it as well afterwards. Also, I'm definitely attempting to finish. What? You're attempting to finish it? What? As you're at ground level, do you get folks looking at you when you're out on the balcony? And but weirdly enough, people don't actually see me, or maybe they're just like attempting not to watch me when I'm there. It happens occasionally, of course. And but mostly it's just like, okay, fine. They're just looking at the cats. Sometimes you have somebody like weirdly making eye contact with you, but mostly they just ignore me when I'm there. When I'm not there, that's when they like try to look into my apartments without seeing me, and then it gets quite awkward. No, no, Willy Wonka. It's like the Chuck E. Cheese type restaurants. Okay. Challenge accepted. Updates, please. My brain also went to Willy Wonka. Bread needs the lid taking off. Go do that. I kind of want to make my own bread, but that's also maybe like I'll probably do it like once and never again. So maybe I shouldn't even put in the effort. But I said that we were going to unpack this. So let's see what I got. It is very small, which is very lovely for my TBR. And I'm really hoping that this is not something that I bought myself and then absolutely forgot about. Okay, there is a note, right? No, it's not the note, that's the one that says what is inside. So I try to not look at it. This is the notes. Yes. Oh, Daniela. Daniela is not online, but so it's a gift from Daniela. Happy birthday. This one sounds interesting. I hope you like it. Okay, let's see. That it's the other way around. And this is actually one that I know very little about. So this is So Lucky by Nicola Griffiths. And this I actually added on recommendation of Raf, I believe, from the Discord of Yolene. And this author, I believe she also wrote like Spear. And Raf read that and really liked it. And a lot of people read it. But he also read this one and really enjoyed it. And I think what sold it on me was that he said that it said a lot of interesting things about disability, but I could be very wrong about that because I added it and then, as always, forgot everything about it. But I know I added it on his recommendations. So very happy to see whether I can fit this in, maybe potentially this month, because it is 178 pages long, so this would work perfectly for a 3-space prompt, except for the fact that it would not fit for any of the colors, except maybe orange, because like the only color that it has is like the orange, because it's as if the letters are like burning away. So thank you very much, Daniela, for this one, and thanks to Raf, who's also not here, for the recommendation for this one. But so, yay! Another book for the. It's very funny. It's really like a very small format of a book. Like, of course, Kaikei is very big, but like if we compare it to the Black Coast, then it's apparently the exact same size. So it's just my brain who has never seen such a small book apparently. I'll be happy if I finish my first book tomorrow. It might be possible if I push myself. Yeah, I might be able to do like the remaining for Kaikei tomorrow. Though I'm also going to my parents, but I should be able to do it in like the morning or the evenings. Weird people making eye contact or peering into your place. Yeah, gets awkward. But now they're mainly looking at the other side, because the other side is a newer building now. Bradley on hold while we watch unpacking segments. Book mail is exciting. I just added that to my TBR as well because I discovered I really like a queer autofiction. It's queer. Maybe it was about the queerness. See, I really don't remember anything. But does it say something about in the back? Because it has like a very big Okay, so it says here something like, So Lucky is fiction from the front lines, incandescent and urgent, a narrative juggernaut that rips through sentiment to expose the savagery of the experience of being disabled and chronically ill in America. So yeah, it does definitely have disability, chronic illness representation. So that is why I wanted to get it. But if it's also queer, then we're even happier because then that's my intersection. And then I don't think I've read anything else that's queer and disabled at the same time yet. So that will be lovely. I've also heard the disability part is very good. The bonus points for color matching is hard and not because of my visual issues. It's always the case though. I should have known that if like originally I wasn't gonna put it in there, but then I was like, yeah, considering the fact that, we have these five color categories, it makes sense to also give a bonus point for matching it. But I know that they're always a hassle because it's always like, is it enough of that color to count or not? And then I find it's like a little bit sad when it's like when you can count something just because the teeniest tiniest element of the color has that particular color, because that's also not really matching. Bluetooth headphones for the win. I left the iPad outside as I wandered indoors to take the lid off the cast iron pot that the bread is baking in. It needs another 20 minutes. 20 minutes to make, 30 minutes to cool. But is like, can you do it, or is it like too far away? Because I sometimes have it when like I move too far away from my cell phone, which then like my Bluetooth headset can no longer like pick it up. Or when I move outside, weirdly enough, I can move outside, which from my location here is like 2 meters, and all of a sudden it will not really, like I guess some of the Bluetooth waves cannot deal with the outside or what. Well, the author is queer, so I assume it will be as well. I think all of her books are. Perfect. I mean, it will. I don't know whether this is fiction or like fully just like um yeah, basically I don't know anything about it. So, but in any case, the fact that the author is queer is also already a nice. I agree, especially for fantasy. So many books are just dark brown or black. Yeah, definitely. Like what was yeah, of Blood and Fire. I was so happy to have finished before the start of the month because I was like that one I would have never been able to count for anything else because that is absolutely just a black cover with white text on it. There's not no other color inside. I honestly didn't bother with the color bonus points. If it's the right color, yay. If it's not, oh well. I mean, if you're gonna finish 3 books on your first day, then clearly you don't need the bonus points, Femke. They have enough range to cover the entire garden, though indoors through walls is a bit tentative. I sometimes lean my head towards my device if needs be. I have a nice visual of you just like trying to find the connection, like people do with the cell phone of like, where is the antenna? Lol, I don't even look for the colors. There's too much other stuff to distract me. Yeah, it's like I will look for the color. So, like, I made like my 3 choices for the next prompts, and I try to look for options there that color matched. But if I have like a perfect book in mind that doesn't color match, I'll still choose that one over like something random. And by the way, another book that I got today is the Secret Project number 3 by Brandon Sanderson because that dropped on the 1st of July. So that's also another little birthday gift. It is 400 pages, so I don't know whether I will do it this month or not. And I haven't actually looked at the cover yet, so I don't know whether it could potentially fit one of the color prompts. Yep, that's me leaning my head while I'm standing or in the bathroom. Let's leave it at that. Standing, by the way, just so we're clear. Okay. Yeah, the bathroom. Yeah. I do take like my headset with me to my toilet sometimes. The bathroom, but maybe you guys have like the toilet in the bathroom as well, because I know some people listen to audio while they're showering, but I don't, but I also don't have a shower speaker or anything like that. Too much information. Well, yeah. Now we're getting into some interesting topics. Now, the good thing is that during that last sprint, a lot of my allergy symptoms have been going down. So I do think the um, uh, allergy medication is finally kicking in. I don't want to take my device around me. I just leave it on the picnic bench outside. Yeah. I used to have wired headphones, which made gardening a proper pain. I resisted non-wired. That was super loud. I don't know. Was it that loud earlier? It wasn't that loud, right? It says it's lowest, so I'll have to reduce this volume, I guess. Because we are not doing that volume again. All right, so time for another reading sprint. See you guys in 40. Ow, my cat's stuck in my headset. And happy reading. Back. So, how did we guys do? I only sprinted for half of these because for the first half I was like making changes to the visual because somebody pointed out on Discord that I made a mistake in the overview page I made of like all the prompts that you could choose. So I adapted that one and uploaded those different versions. And then I tried to get a start on like trying to build the stats page, but yeah, I quickly abandoned that for a later time when I might have more like mental energy to kind of think this through, like what type of stats I want to be building. Um, Especially since like I have never used Google Sheets, so it's a little bit more of a search for me to kind of figure out how to do everything, and especially since it's all in Dutch for me, which definitely for building formulas was a hell to get through because I know the formulas in English, and then it's like, what? Wait, what is this formula in Dutch? We got a question in the meantime. Whatever the color on my copy is not orange, but does have an orange cover on the ebook. So every book exists in multiple editions, and so if you know of an edition or if you look for an edition that does match the cover, then you are allowed to count a book even if you are not reading that specific edition. For example, you might have only access to the UK cover, whereas you know that the US cover is matching, then it doesn't make sense for me to be like, no, you cannot count it. So if one exists, you can count it. One of my gardening tube patrons has been really struggling with his allergies this past month. He's been practically stuck indoors. He doesn't come outside, which made his allotment work hard. Yeah, I can imagine. Like I have everything open here, so of course that's not really helpful with my allergy symptoms at the moment. However, it's also just too warm indoors, and I want to keep it open as much as possible in order to cool this place down because now it's actually like the temperature today is decent so that I could get this place a little bit colder again. So I want to take full advantage of the fact that I'm inside now so that I can leave this window open because obviously since I live on the ground floor, this giant window is not being open throughout the night, which means that I cannot cool it down throughout the night because a lot of my friends are just keeping their windows open all night, and then when it drops down to like 15 degrees during the night, and that can help keep their apartment cool. But since somebody could theoretically just like jump onto my balcony, if that window is then just open, they just have a free pass to get into my apartment. So nope. I would count it. Different covers are always different to find the correct one you use exactly. And then I also said, if another edition exists that color matches, you can count it. I administered to my tomato plants, read a few pages, and now I am sat here with a couple of slices of warm, crusty bread on a plate. If the guest cat turns up now, it will be envious. Yeah. 41 pages. 34, still around 100 to go for the first prompt. The novella is weird at best. Okay. I will have to revalidate my game plan with that change, as there is a change I will need to adjust. Wait, I used the gesture map? Okay. You were unlucky enough that one of the two prompts that I got wrong is one that you needed. I used a chapter man and a full list of shapes color prompts with the whoopsie embedded. Yeah, so it's only one thing that I needed to adjust, and it's typical because it's literally the last two prompts, meaning that I was like at the end of finishing it off, and rather than keeping my focus the entire time, I lost focus with the end goal inside. But so the final two prompts on the final column were inverted with one another. I made some lunch and have one chapter left of One Piece Volume 85. Nice. I think I'm almost at the end of a battle. Feelings are being felt. That isn't great. Missed the start of the talkative bit. I was vacuuming. I will finish plant care and then we'll do the rest of the chores tomorrow, which means it's nearly reading time again. I need your expertise. Actually, I don't know whether maybe you've already answered in the meantime, but I got some plants today and I was, of course, too excited about getting plants to actually ask what the plants are. So if you happen to recognize one of the plants that I got, I mean, I know the orchids. I don't need any help recognizing an orchid. But if you happen to recognize my plants, then that would be very helpful in figuring out plant care. I started reading Homegoing by Ya Gyasi. Nice. It's also one that's on my sort of like mental want to read one day list, as well as like her second novel. I think it's the second or like her next novel after that, which was Transcendent Kingdom, I think. My first book, Lord of Light, is also a bit weird. It was a book of the year pick by Madame Books, and it sounded interesting. But as usual, I went into it blind today without reading the back. I mean, that can work really well. I actually really like going in without knowing too much. I know when I put it on when it gets added to my radar, I know what it is about at that point in time. But since I have a really crappy memory, I forget about it almost instantly. But I do like then when I eventually pick it up that I kind of let the book surprise me. Though sometimes, but not all that often, but sometimes that works against me because then I'm kind of like expecting for a book to go in one direction, whereas if I remembered like the premise of it, I would have known from the beginning it was going to go in a different direction. And then sometimes I'm like, but I actually like my direction more. Your help is much appreciated. Here's a snippet from the back to set the scene. How has the colonization of another planet become a reenactment of Eastern religion and mythology? Okay. I very much like going into a book without knowing too much. Yeah. With one I'm currently reading, I actually do wish I had taken the time to kind of read the Ramayana first, because this is a retelling of the Ramayana from the perspective of one character called Kaikeyi. Um, but I kind of sometimes find myself wondering what the retelling part is and what was there in the original myth, and feel like I cannot fully make up my mind about some of these aspects of this story without knowing how she spun the original myth. So I might have to find the time to read the Ramayana as well, just to make up my mind a little bit more about this. It's not like I'm disliking it, there's just that certain elements I'm wondering whether it's like the author's spin on it or whether these elements were there in the original. I don't mind hearing things from you booktube folks talking about of a book that I'll haul, because I know I won't read it for ages. But when I know it's soon to be read, I want to know nothing. Yeah, exactly. Like, it depends. Sometimes I will kind of um I don't know. Not really, but I guess sometimes I do take that effort to kind of figure out more about it closer to when I'm picking it up, and that also actually pays out sometimes. So I'm of two minds about it. I kind of have the tendency to go in without knowing too much, but when I've went in and had more of an idea of what to expect, then it's also worked out well. But I'm still not really at the stage where I'm ready to change to that approach, even though it would probably be much nicer for my TBR if I were to do a lot more research in every book that I add to it. But then again, I'm also very much okay with just like going on a limb sometime with something that you put on your TBR. And I'm very much okay with the idea of, sometimes having a book that's in hindsight, you're like, yeah, that's not really for me. Because I like to just still be picking up stuff even when it might not necessarily be exactly what will work for me, and thus having some 3-star reads and 2-star reads here and there. I like to at least still like explore a lot of stuff. That snippet was the final sentence on the back. Here's the first. A distant world where gods walk as men but wield vast and hidden powers. Are they truly immortal? Who are these gods who rule the destiny of a teeming world? Gods. This one also has gods, which I actually dislike about it, but it also totally makes sense, of course, because it is based on mythology for it to have gods. I don't know why I was so surprised the first time that I had like a god character in there. I was like, wait, a god? And then I was like, right, of course, mythology inspired. But I don't know, don't really enjoy it all that much. But it could have also be because of what the author is doing with the representation of the gods within this one. The gods aren't necessarily good guys within this one. I found Kai to be a mixed experience. I think she really dulled the main character from what was promised. She barely seems like a villain. True. Definitely. Like, I mean, at this point in time, at least, I don't consider her to be a villain at all. But I can see how she was originally a villain if, like, the perspective, if she was, like more like the side character, I guess, if she wasn't really zoomed in on, then I can see if you see the story told from a completely different perspective, then she would be the villain in that indeed. And so I get that we're seeing like her side of the story. Um, and originally, I did have big issues with her as a character because when she's still a child, she kind of develops this manipulative magic, which, of course, since she's a child at that point in time, it's normal that she doesn't really question whether she should be doing these types of things. Um, and so I was expecting that I would start to feel, as she's using that magic later on, I would start to feel that that's an issue and that that's her villainous side. But actually, the way it's you're really made to understand the choices that she makes. So I don't know yet what to feel of it. But in any case, at this point in time, indeed, I don't see her as the villain in the story. I pretty much do zero research on the book. I have to confess, I never read the reviews that folk put a lot of effort into. I don't mind to know some of the tropes, but I do love it more if I go into it blind. It's the mentions of colonizing a distant world that tweak my interest in this book. The religion and mythology nudges me away, and I confess that's what I'm struggling with at the moment. Yeah, it's somewhat surprising because I really love mythology a lot, or at least when I was a child, I really loved it a whole lot. But I will also say that, like in recent years, I have struggled more when books have to do with like spirituality, for example. Like when I was 17, we had to read The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, and I really loved that book. It's one of the few success stories when it comes to required reading as a child. But then I reread that 2 years ago, I want to say, and then it really bothered me how spiritual the book was. So I don't know whether I'm just like too much of an atheist at this point in time or what to be able to enjoy spirituality in books. But I don't know. It just it threw me a bit in this one, even though it shouldn't have, because I knew from the beginning it was mythology inspired, so I should have known from the beginning that there was going to be gods in there. I too don't fuss over whether a book isn't perfectly in line for me. I really don't mind dishing out the 2 and 3 stars. Yeah, I think 3 stars is always a little bit of a difficult one for me. I do think I get handed out quite regularly, but I'm often like struggling to give something a 3 star when it's like still good, then I'm like more inclined to give it 4, even though in hindsight, then I'm like, yeah, but it really didn't do much for me, so it shouldn't have been a 3 star. I think this is why I prefer to continue series that I'm already comfortable with when I know the setting. I find learning new worlds and characters quite hard work on a brand new book. Yeah, definitely. It's like so much nicer to be able to just dive in and like have all of the setup there already. Though of course with my memory I sometimes just forget it, so I have to relearn all the setting. But yeah, it's always just like easier on the brain and like you get to dive straight in, whereas with a lot of fantasy it is written in a way where you have to like explore and figure out. Sometimes you dive straight in, but then still you're like stuck with the wait, wow, I don't understand anything parts. So I tend to gravitate towards series rather than standalone stories. I mean, if you read a lot of fantasy and sci-fi, that's also more like of a given. Most of the fantasy and sci-fi is series. There isn't that many standalones to it, and then a lot of what is being talked about is series as well. Because like I read fantasy, but I also read like contemporary literary fiction, and there you're hard pressed to find series, for example. So when it comes to that, I read mainly standalone. So I think it's also does quite have to do with the genre, whether you're more gravitated to series or standalones. Right. I'm trying to figure out that abbreviation. My brain. My brain is in overdrive. Okay, brain does not work. Your average rating star rating on the story graph tends to be higher than mine. I'll keep an eye out for your stats. Yeah, I guess it's because I give those fours out very regularly. Because I give the fives out very rarely. I think I just checked it. I have 3 5 stars for the first half of the year. 2 of them are Robin Hobbs. Um, if I recall correctly, thank you. So it's mainly I give out a lot of 4 stars, and some of those fours definitely should be threes. I have to go. Thanks for the sprints, and I hope you have a lovely day. Thanks for being here, and enjoy the rest of your day. Just read a scene that I really wouldn't recommend to book. As a completionist, I'll finish the book. Will take 2 hours or so, but really hope the die is nicer for the next prompt. Oh, yeah. I hope you do get a better book, or I don't know, have more options for the next prompt that you're chosen, that the board chooses for you. But luckily, it was just a short one, right? So luckily, you didn't have to spend too much effort on it, neither. Already that then. I have a day book and a bed book most of the time. The bed book is on my Kindle, so I'm reading some self-pub. I think I'm going to DNF my second Kindle read in a row. Oh no. Yeah, I currently have 2 reads going on as well. One is my sort of like what do you call that? My commute book. So this one I've been listening to on audio, and I actually got more in this one done yesterday because I just didn't have the, I don't know, energy for picking up a book physically. So for going through Kaikei physically. So I ended up listening more to the Black Coast. And also I went swimming, and then afterwards I treated myself to a piece of pie. So I stayed over in the cafeteria there for a little bit with my book as well. So I got quite a bit more done in the Black Coast than I was actually intending to. But so this is my commute book. Probably won't be reading in it for the rest of the weekend, though maybe tomorrow when I bicycle to my parents'. And then the other book at the moment is Kaikei, and of course War and Peace. But as I said, in War and Peace, I'm reading like 7 pages a day, and like the 7 pages is more like because I'm catching up. Because normally I should just be reading 1 chapter every single day, but I'm like 2 months behind on a schedule at this point in time, so I need to kind of catch up to it. Otherwise, it would sometimes just be like 3 pages, I guess, a day. It's the first context sci-fi prequel story that I got from joining the author's mailing list because I wanted to read book 1. First Contact is a trope that is right up my alley. Yeah, I don't know whether I've read much First Contact. But the only one I can think of now is actually one that I DNF before I got to the First Contact. I like it in movies, but I don't know whether I've read it in books because I don't read much sci-fi, so maybe not. I mean, I guess in principle, the Monk and Robot one is also a First Contact one, but not really, right? Because they are aware of the existence of robots, where like the other First Contact is more like figuring out that there is alien life. I'll give you a sample line, judge for yourself from this out of context quote that made me groan out loud last night. Her sexual wait. Her sexuality was like a tractor beam. What was that supposed to mean? What does that mean? First of all, I don't even know what a tractor beam is. What's the beam of a tractor? It's like something that sticks out of a tractor or what? But even then, what does that thing do? The options go down from 5 to 3 because of the place I am on the board right now, but that's fine. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, you are following my path, of course, because I also have that. I also only had 3 options now. You guys have basically already decided. I should actually check whether it stays the same or not. But probably it will have been the same because it was highly in the lead. Oof. Project Hail Mary, exactly. That is the one that I DNF'd, yes. Before getting to the First Contact parts. Even though I would have been excited for the First Contact part, but I was not going to push through with that. Yeah, I was just not enjoying it at all. I'm hooting with laughter here. Yeah. Weirdly enough, I do still want to give The Martian a go. I like the movie of The Martian, but maybe I just tolerate that humor better when it's in like movie format. short format in terms of the time that I'm spending on it, but definitely not in that book, clearly. So, ready for another sprint? You better be, because here we go. See you guys in 40. Hello. You guys are here just in time to see the reunion of two bookmarks because this is where I was supposed to be last night, though I am still on like the last page of the previous chapter. But it means that more or less next sprint I'll be starting the final 100 pages. More or less, I mean, it's a little bit more. I think it's like 105 pages or something like that, or even more. No, probably something like that. No, more indeed. 110 pages. But that's where I am. How did you guys do? Project Hail Mary got real good at that first contact point. Potentially. Hey, Daniela, thank you so much for the gift. I unpacked it earlier in sprints, but so thank you so much for it. Uh, I was thinking I knew which one was because of the size, but apparently I didn't. But I'm very happy with this one. It's actually one of the ones that is like most recently on my radar for something that I want to read, and so I'm eager to have it in my collection now. Always want some more disability rep on there. Um, I haven't read your comments. I just finished watching. There's cat hair in my nose. Sorry, cats. I just finished watching back Thursday Sprints and didn't realize you were live now. No worries. The sun is breaking through the clouds and the wind is picking up. My hammock spins in the breeze. Well, here it actually, like, now it's better again, but like somewhere middle through sprints, or maybe it was like at the end of the previous sprints, then it was really much darker here. But it seems to be like brightening up a little bit again. 88 pages into homegoing. Nice. Hey, Liana. Just joined late and managed only 2 pages. Perfectly fine. Hello, Adriana. I'm reading The House at the End of Magic for the blue first prompt. Nice. I made a sandwich before climbing into my hammock. Why do I always pick more lettuce from the garden than I can possibly fit between the slices of bread? Like, it's a struggle. Like, I think with sandwiches, I'm typically okay, but like, my thing is like trying to make like a burrito or like a dumpling or anything like that. Anything where you have to like stuff stuff in and then roll it up, and it's like, how do people, what's the rolling technique, because I cannot fit everything in that other people seem to. Battle is won but the war continues. Nice. I read 36 pages, something like that. Really liking the book so far. I only slept for 5 hours last night, so I'm not reading as fast as I would like to. Hey, that's perfectly fine. I probably in the next sprint will make myself another like cup of coffee or just some water. I don't know. I feel like having another cup of coffee. I struggled during like the first sprint with kind of feeling like I was falling asleep to some extent, and then got through it like the next sprints. But I do feel like I want to get myself a little bit more caffeinated, especially considering I'm going to the movie at 8 and I don't feel like I'm awake enough to stay awake in the cinema. I've only fallen asleep in the cinema once for The Hobbit, and I despise The Hobbit, so I can fully understand that happening. So I don't have a lot of fear of falling asleep during this movie, but still, I feel like I am a little bit struggling, so I want to make sure that it doesn't happen. I have managed 50 pages today. I started earlier today thinking that I might even manage to start and finish within the same day. That was the unrealistic goal. Fighting with sleep, bought myself some gifts. Hey, you're not alone. So read only 15 pages. Yeah, I don't actually know how many pages I read, but I also did something else first. Yeah, I got myself like a little bit of a snack because I bought myself some chocolate this morning. A very expensive chocolate, but it's like it has some nostalgia for me because my it's basically like in the shape of a bunch of grapes, and so my it's like marzipan covered with dark chocolate, to be like as if it are grapes. And my dad used to buy them for my grandmother, and so I have quite a lot of nostalgia for them. But they are really expensive. But it's because it's like one of the best chocolatiers of Leuven, and the chocolate there is really really good. So these are obviously also really really good, but it is quite an expense. And so Today I woke up and I was like, you know what? For my birthday, I'll go to the market and I'll buy some waffles for myself. And then I can buy some plants as well. And you know what? I'll buy those chocolates. And I'm happy I went for those chocolates because afterwards I went to the marketplace to get the waffles and the waffle person wasn't there this week. So no salted caramel waffles for me today, unfortunately. I managed to complete all the gardening jobs before the end of June, so now I'm in maintenance mode while things grow, so I can focus more on reading at last. Hence, I had high hopes of all day hammock. Yeah, unfortunately, the weather isn't always with us for all day hammock time, but at least you then just have a little bit of a more chill time now. Falling asleep to The Hobbit is so relatable. The only reason I didn't is because I was so furious. Yeah, I fell asleep. I don't know at what point. Maybe already the troll section. I woke up with when you had like they're going through the mountain pass and they're like these mountain creatures or rock creatures having a fight. That's when I woke up. That I remember. But yeah, I was not a big fan of the Hobbits. Haven't been to the cinema in a very long time, but when I watch a movie on a streaming service, I often have to watch it in two halves. Now, to be fair, when I'm watching at home, that happens more easily because at home you just have the options to do it. So when I'm just like not feeling it or I'm struggling with focus a little bit more, it's so much easier to at home be like, you know what, I'll just finish it tomorrow. Whereas with the cinema, you're in that cinema setting, you've paid the money to go there. So it's like you're going into it knowing you're watching it in one sitting, and even if there are a few minutes that are a little bit more of a struggle, it's not like you're gonna walk out unless it's like really bad. Even then, I don't think I would ever walk out on a movie just because I already paid to watch it, so I might as well see if it turns out for the better. I've definitely had some cases where I didn't have them turn around for the better. But I'm always surprised when people walk out of the cinema because I'm always like, what? You paid the tickets and like it's only like 2 hours or whatever. You're walking out. I mean, more power to them, but I would never do that. I think I like it's like DNFing books. I do it now more easily, but that's also so much more time that I'm saving by DNFing. If a book was just 2 hours for me to read, I would probably never DNF it. Marzipan, love, 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 love marzipan. Yeah, I'm a big fan of marzipan. What I didn't used to like, because like my grandmother really loved marzipan as well, so she often got us marzipan. And in Belgium, actually, is a tradition for the 6th of December when it's Sinterklaas. Marzipan is a big part of that. Um, but they would often get me marzipan as well when they came back from Spain. But they had like a specific type of marzipan that had this sort of like weird filling in it that I didn't necessarily love. The regular marzipan I loved. And then you also have baked marzipan, which I don't think I liked when I was a kid. But somebody came back recently from Sicily with some treats, which I don't know whether I don't think they were officially like marzipan, but they really resembled marzipan and specifically resembled baked marzipan. And I loved them so much that I now want to go to Sicily just to eat more of that. I'm sat on my picnic bench being blinded by reflected lights of some Louvre vents. It's so bright. You mentioned earlier not giving out 5 stars too generally as compared to the 4. Have you gone back and changed the star rating upon reflection? No, I don't change to 5 stars. There are books that stay with me to the extent that 5-star reads stay with me, but there are reasons why I gave them a 4 star instead of a 5, and I don't feel the need to up them to 5. They can be 5-star experience in the sense of I absolutely this book had an absolute impact on me, regardless of some of the flaws that give it like a 4 star. I'm thinking specifically here of Tender is a Flesh, right? Tender of the Flesh is one of those examples I think that I gave 4, and that is a 5. Not entirely sure anymore. There is a book that I no, it's no, is it Lana? I don't know. There's a book that I made my best book of the year one time that was actually a 4 star officially, but that I'm just like what it did good, it did so good that it will stay in my mind, even though parts of it didn't fully work. I really enjoyed the Greenbone Saga, which I read at the beginning of 2022, but I continue to think I should nudge them down by half a star. I think the Greenbone Saga is one of those where the hype made me give it a higher rating than I would have given it if I'd gone into it without any of the hype. Because Greenbone Saga, I liked it, but I didn't love it. So I think there I was like, I would probably have given it a little bit lower if it weren't for the fact that I somehow felt this pressure to like it. But yeah, I think it is good, and there were parts of it that I really enjoyed, but it didn't suck me away. It didn't get me excited. I love going to the cinema. I wish my town had a good one. Yeah, we have two here, but this is of course like it's a city. It's not really big because like the radius of the town is like 1 kilometer, so it's really small. But it is a student city. This is a university town, so it does have a huge population during the academic year. And so yeah, we do of course have all the basics. And so we have two cinema here in Leuven. So we have the chain one that has like the all of the like the big blockbuster movies, and then we have a more independent one that I typically go to, and that's also the one for which I got like a loyalty card now. Now tonight I am going to the chain one because the chain one gives you like a free ticket for your birthday if you go on the day of your birthday. So I am going to go there tonight just because a free ticket, sure. And I'm actually really looking forward to going to that type of cinema for once, because then get to experience like the whole thing with like popcorn, Coke, cinema, because in the other one you cannot bring sweets or drinks, which I typically like, but it's also fun to have the other type of cinema experience from time to time. My chocolate habit tends towards the expensive stuff too. Once I got over the hump of buying artisanal products, they are all I buy now. It's a bad habit. Yeah, I mean, but you're also supporting artisans that way, you know? I know it's like I can understand not doing it because it is more expensive, and I can totally understand that. It's definitely not that I do it for everything, but I do like occasionally going to like the marketplace and getting some stuff there. So today I went back to the fruit monger to get my some of my fruits for this week through them. Typically I get them just in my when I go to the grocery store, but from time to time I go to the fruit monger when I'm at the marketplace because it's right next, like it's in the same street. And then I like to go to the marketplace to get like waffles, or there's an egg roll stand that's really good there. There's also a stand that sells like a ton of types of mushrooms. I've only been once, but I should definitely go back if I need some more like specific mushrooms. So I do like going to places like that and supporting those like smaller retailers, because it is fun to be able to support them in because I mean they're having a much more difficult job getting customers. I've been dealing with a migraine since yesterday, oh no. But finally cooking a proper meal and hoping to finish unearthly gorgeous tonight. That's another one I DNF'd, unfortunately. Because of the writing, it's very poetic, which is normal because this is a poet, and yeah, I don't get along very well with flowery writing, and so this one was one that I very quickly realized, like, nope, not for me. 10 Rings of Less might be featured in my GameNightAthon lineup. Maybe you'll have to wait to find out. I hope you get to it. I hope this is not book 10, which is like social media influence, because then its chances are reducing. I kind of felt pressure to like the Poppy War books. The Poppy War books I feel like is the same. Like I did like them, definitely. There were like I was very much loving, like trying to see how closely the books would resemble Chinese history as I know it. So it definitely had more of a push forward in them than potentially with the Greenbone Saga, for example. But did I like them enough for the 4-star rating that I think I ended up giving them? Probably not. So yeah, I should be there before the hype because I get too influenced otherwise. for me, I found that I don't go around recommending the Greenbone Saga, but I was absolutely enraptured, shocked, and moved, shall we say. It struck a chord, and I still think about it today. See, the Greenbone Saga is a book that I never think about. That's why I'm like, yeah, it probably shouldn't have been a 4. I have an indie cinema around the corner, but I've only been once. I mean, it also kind of depends. I never used to go until like a few years back when I started going more regularly to them. I used to always go to the other one, and then like when I would go to the Indian cinema because like every summer they do like outdoor cinema, where like for every week or so there's like one movie screening outdoors, and then you wait until the sun is down so that you can actually see the outdoor screen, and then the movie starts, and it's free like that. And I that's the only times I used to go to the Indian cinema, but so I had a lot of fun memories from it because of that event. And then a few years back, I started going there a little bit more frequently, and then I started to enjoy the smaller, more casual atmosphere of the cinema because it's just like smaller rooms, and more like quality films. You know, I do love going to cinema for just like your random blockbuster every once in a while, but I like that going to that cinema. I kind of know what type of movie to expect, even though there's a broad range. But I know I won't be disappointed, even though sometimes the movie might not be for me. I'll still understand why it's shown in that particular cinema. I don't mind spending extra on fancy chocolate because, along with books, it's all I tend to spend my pocket money on. I don't mind buying lots of books I'll never get to reading for similar reasons to supporting artisanal products. I feel like I'm supporting the author. Yeah. Can everybody remember the that I said, I hope it's not book 10. I'm going to have to work out how to clip that segment. Nice. So I'm guessing that's a confirmation on the fact that it is book 10. I considered DNFing, but now I got to the part where he's an older teenager and it got more interesting. The writing and subject matter is quite challenging, but I decided to get through it. Nice. I really try hard not to DNF. In fact, my Storygraph stats tell me I DNF about 1%. I don't know whether you heard that motorcycle. About 1% of my reads, but as I have started reading more because of BookTube, I'm hitting more oof books like my current one. I have a fear of not knowing the rules of a place, so indie cinemas are just hard for me. The big the big blockbuster ones all work the same, so I feel safer there. Yeah, like I don't know. I know that the rules on in this cinema are like on the screen, definitely at the beginning. I don't know like whether it's clear when you're buying your ticket that you're not supposed to bring like cinema bring like candy or drinks into the cinema. I know it just because like this cinema in one way or another, because it has been taken over multiple times, has been around there for my entire life. And so when we would go there with school, we knew that that was the rule for that cinema, which is why we never went, which is why you almost never have a room full of teenagers if you go to the cinema there neither. I mean, to be fair, most of the movies there are not the type of movies that teenagers are attracted to. It's not happening on the cannibalism prompt because that block needs more pages than Tender's of Flesh features. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about that for my cannibalism recommendations because I mean, of course, it depends on where you are on the board for the cannibalism prompt. It's possible that somebody else would get to a different red cluster where Tenders of Flesh would be long enough for it. So I guess I can still keep it as recommendation. So yeah, cannibalism is my biggest thing because I'm like, I only know a few or I've only personally read a few, and they are not all recommendations. Heard a motorcycle, yeah, go on, son. I detest cars, love motorbikes. Yeah, I don't really like motorbikes because of the amount of noise they make, and especially because, the few times that I've really been annoyed with them, it has been when I was hiking, because the sound of a motorbike definitely travels more widely. And so we were hiking like in the middle of nowhere, and then you would feel like, you're away from civilization, and all of a sudden you would hear like a motorbike to totally ruin the illusion of being isolated from. Yeah. Okay, time for us to do another reading sprint. So I'll get back to these comments afterwards. So yeah, see you guys in 40. So I have like 90 pages to go, I think, at this point in time. So we are definitely nearing the end now. You can barely still see my bookmark here. But yeah, I, I'm so conflicted about this one. But it's not really, I don't necessarily mean that I'm conflicted about the book itself, though I need to read the Ramayana to say my point on that, but I'm very conflicted about these characters, I guess, which is a good thing. There's some interesting stuff to talk about when it comes to these characters, and then I'll have to do it with somebody who's actually read the book because those are all major spoilers. But so yeah, I'm conflicted. I don't know what to think about some of these actions. Wait. I think we're here. I finished my first book of the month and I changed my bedding and put them in the laundry. Perfect. I always procrastinate on the changing of the bedding, but nice. First book of the month done already. I will probably finish this tomorrow, I think. It would have been perfect to finish it today because this is the 360th day that this is on my TBR. So we're getting closer to the 365 cutoff points, but in any case, I will get closer to that with the Black Coast probably in the end. So I'll finish this on day 361 and it'll still be fine. And then hopefully the Black Coast somewhere during the week, maybe even already on Tuesday or something. So they will still get read within the 1 year cutoff time. I have a route through the board plan, but after I loop around, if I get that far, then it's a free for all. Nice. I don't have a wide range of cannibalism in my library. Surprise! To be fair, I also don't have a wide range of cannibalism. I do have a few, though some I couldn't even mention in the recommendations video because it's like a spoiler that they have cannibalism in them. I keep stumbling upon books that feature cannibalism the other way around. Getting to that point again where I want to throw my book across the room. Yeah. I mean, I do definitely want to read that series as well, and the fact that you keep on continuing on clearly indicates that, regardless of the characters being frustrating as hell sometimes, you definitely are having a good time with it as well. I definitely also have had those occasions, where you're like really, really frustrated with a book, but it's a good thing. Like in Robin Hobb, for example, there are certain characters that I'm like, "Ugh, I want to these characters need to die a painful death." Book throwing, what happened? Something in the book, I presume? Yes. I have ended up shouting in frustration at my own Kindle once or twice. That happened at the beginning of the year and ended with my first DNF of the year. Got to an interesting chapter in Lord of Light, still utterly baffled as to what is going on, but it seems like the captain of the colony starships have turned themselves into deities. Okay. Read 30 pages, at least I'm past the 100 page mark. Nice. Another 40 pages. 5 days left. You can do it, as we often say in these parts. Yeah, I mean, definitely, because, I am now 90 pages away from finishing this one. And the Black Coast, I'm 200 pages away from. But the Black Coast, like, on my commute, I can listen to about like 80 pages of it I'm just if it's a short commute. But like when I go to my physical therapy on Tuesday, it's a longer one, and then I listened to 100 last week. So yeah, it should be doable to maybe even finish it already on Tuesday, for example. I won't have it count for anything yet by then because it's not my book for prompt number 2, for example. But hopefully, sometime in the month, I'll have a prompt for which I can count the Black Coast, so that I can count as pages for something. Past the 100 page mark, I went to the grocery store and got some watermelon. Nice. Did a checkup on Nick, and he's definitely sick and also fell asleep again. My mom called and I read 4 pages of Head Twitch. Oh no, poor sick Nick. Hope it will just be like a short 1 day fluke or something like that. Because being sick on the weekend is like the worst, especially since it's like the start of the summer holidays for him. But that is also, of course, something like that often happens, that people get sick right at the beginning of a holiday because they've like been like overexerting themselves for too long, and then when all of like the routine or expectation or whatever falls away, then all of a sudden, the bug breaks through. cooked, ate, and did the dishes. Roasted pepper pasta. Sounds amazing. Had a power nap during the first half of the sprint, still 70 pages to go. Want to throw the book also through the room because of topics and behaviors of the main character and others. Yeah, I'm starting to like lose all the light here because clearly it is starting to get super dark again. So maybe I'll just turn on the light up here real quickly. If I end up frustrated with the book, it'll be the whole book and author rather than a particular character. I adore Hobbes prose, for example, but other authors are really chunky and basic. Sure, but like some of Hobbes' characters really get my blood boiling. And with A Portrait in Shadow by Nicole Jarvis, I also had that where I was like absolutely despising like one particular character. And why are you looking so scared, Buffy? It's as if she's seeing ghosts. But I guess it's just because like my blinds are moving around a little bit because there's finally some draft in here. What happened is that one character is so dissonant, my head can't be wrapped around her reasoning, and I'm just done with her. Beterschap to Nick. We have all the light here. Well, you weren't seeing me anymore. You guys have a nice and shiny spot now. Does that mean that you are in the hammock at this point in time? Back to hammock time. I guess I'm more likely to DNF an author entirely. I mean, sure, but I think with DNFing books from authors, I have less like I don't get to that point where I'm like blood boiling annoying. Blood boiling angry is because I deeply care for one character, for example, and then the other character is like completely misrepresenting them or misunderstanding them and painting them in like a horrible light or just as a silly woman or something like that. Kaikei has also had some difficult points in that regards. Not as heavily, I guess, because I also don't like Kaikei as much, but also because it hasn't been like that much of a focus. That particular character has only been in there a few times, and we've mostly heard about their opinions like through like secondhand accounts. But and there have also been some very misogynistic remarks that this one character has put into another character's minds. And so if it was told in a different way, I guess that would have been like a blood boiling moment if it would have had too many of those. I sat at the picnic bench, but I certainly was in the hammock. I can type much quicker on my iPad than on my iPod. Yeah. As far as I know, I DNF'd 3 books so far. I try to be better at it. Yeah, I only DNF'd one, I think, so far. I think I only DNF'd the Black Tongue Thief last month. That's the one thing that annoys me about Storygraph is that it now doesn't count it as a book that I read. Whereas I'm like, yeah, I still want to count it as a book that I read, just have a separate statistic that indicates that I DNF'd it. Because now, like, I only have 5 books for the month of June, whereas I consider it to be the 6th book. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head when I hate a character. Yes, you can. Kyle in Ship of Magic. So I mentioned I had DNF'd 2 Kindle books in a row. The author of the first book I DNF'd follows me on the Twitters and responded to a tweet that of mine recently. I cannot mention his book now. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, DNFs, I've only done the Black Tongue Thief, I think, this year. That's the only one that I've just like given up of. And even with that one, I feel like I could have continued. It was just like getting to a point where I was like, why? Why would I continue? And then I had that exact same experience with a Brandon Sanderson, which I did continue because I was like, you know what? This is like one of the special projects I did like the Kickstarter because I was so excited about them. I read so much Brandon Sanderson that I wanted to like not really give him the benefit of the doubt because really didn't think it was going to turn around. But I guess because I've loved so much Brandon Sanderson, I was more willing to stick to it, even though, as you all know, I've had a lot of bad experiences with Brandon Sanderson's works recently. So I don't think that that was the best decision. Probably the better decision would have been for me to also just DNF that. And then I would have been able to finish the Black Coast and Kaikei still in June. So yeah, bad decisions were made. Lol, Kyle and Canada are douches, but I can't say I hate them as passionately. Yeah, I absolutely hated Kyle. So, but I did. I don't know whether I hated Malta. I definitely severely disliked Malta, but she's also the type of like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I also hated Malta at times. I have Black Tongue Thief on my TBR and I'm excited to read it. Was excited to read it. I mean, you can definitely absolutely get along with it. The main issue for me was the humor that just does not work for me. And so since it is since so much of its attention goes to it, and it's so light-hearted. If you don't like that humor, then it just wasn't doing anything for me. I DNF'd a writing retreat because the drama of that book was just not for me. Okay, don't know that one. Yeah, don't. Faith has like the most uncontrollable tail. Don't want to know how many times she's almost knocked over my coffee with her tail. I'd now really like to get to the Black Tongue Thief so I can immediately compare notes. Exactly. I DNF the Master of Jin, Dorothy Must Die, and the Twyford Code. Yeah. Definitely disliked Malta, but she was 13 years old, so I just skimmed those bits. bits. Yeah, with Malta, it is the sort of like she has no real life experiences. She has been brought up spoiled and to be felt more important than she is her whole entire life. So can understand her being or how she became this annoying, but that doesn't mean that I make her that makes her more likable. But I could kind of understand that she just didn't have many opportunities to see other experiences or to grow her character. Whereas with Kyle, that's something else. Humor, you have me thinking of that. Yeah, but in the bands, I guess in the Nicholas Eames book, I liked it more because I don't think that they really necessarily compare, except for the fact that they're both like very humor focused. I still think like the characters in the bands take themselves more seriously and things that are taking place they take more seriously. Whereas the it might have to do with the narration because I don't remember whether the band is first person or not. Black Tongue Thief is first person, I think, from the perspective of our main character, and because he is the narrator who is adding that level of humor, he seems to be taking everything lightly and doesn't seem to be taking things seriously. It did change a little bit after a while, but still not enough for me. Kings of the Wild, indeed. I can see some patches of blue through all the grey clouds, so fingers crossed it'll clear up and I can walk a bit. Would be great to can forget this book as soon as possible, but still need to read the last bits. You've got this. You've got this. You're almost done. That's the one indeed. I was watching Tori Talks do a booktube episode with her husband where he picks books off of her library shelves and then describes them to her. She correctly identified 9 out of 10 books. I couldn't do that. Like books she's already read or only like the TBR, for example? And like descriptions of like what they look like or really of like the synopsis? Yeah, I don't think I will read Bloody Rose because I think I enjoyed Kings of the Wild. It's another one that I gave like 4 stars to that I think should just be somewhere in the tree, like 3.5 or something like that. So I enjoyed it. I got along with it. It was fine. But it also wasn't that amazing of a read that I want to continue. And I don't think I'll necessarily get anything out of the second book. So, and the story is also like rounded off in my mind, so I don't think I will ever read Bloody Rose. Not gonna read this around, but will use it to get my grocery shopping done as fast as possible. Yeah, I will also already warn you guys. This next sprint is gonna be the last sprint. Then we can round off, and then at 6, I'm gonna go and cook and prepare for the cinema. John Scalzi tends to go for snappy dialogues, which I don't like. So I'm wondering if funny or snappy books are my preference. We'll see. Speaking of patches of blue, I've been waiting for the sun to break through so I can take my usual hammock time picture of my current reads. I like blue skies versus gray clouds. Yeah, but you also live in a gray country like we do, so but I get it. I don't know if the books were read, but she honed in on what they were from the description very, very quickly. Nice. I simply do not know my compact, small, not very large TBR well enough to be able to ID my books from cover descriptions. I think I would be able to, because I also have a pretty visual memory. So I do think that that would also probably be something that I would be relatively good at. Um, and I think, especially in my case, I mean, if we look at those shells, they've all been read. Um, Maybe my doubts would be about like whether some books are still actively on those shelves. But I think I do a pretty decent enough job. True. Climate change is bringing the sun more often to our parts of the world. Not happy about that, as you know, now I need to keep my windows open 24/7 at this point in time to get out the heat that has been growing over the last 3 weeks inside this apartment. Next time you have a friend over that is willing to be on camera blindfold book identification episode, please let's find out. I don't know whether I have any friends who would be willing to do that, to be fair. No, don't. Yeah. The cats like to get stuck within the cord as well, clearly. By the way, Kitty, I saw the picture of Bussy. It's so cute. Such a beautiful cat. Mine, I don't know whether they've been enjoying GameNightAthon so far. They've been enjoying me sat on the sofa for a lot of it, that's true. Maybe they could be off camera and we just hear their voices. If the clouds are very dark gray, I really like to see them while being inside. Yeah. Or to take some pictures of lightning because of the raw beauty it contains. This light gray nothingness isn't great. Yeah, like, I mean, I love a good storm when I'm inside. And I actually kind of feel sad sometimes about the fact that I don't hear it as well anymore in this apartment as like when I was like in the house in which I grew up, we had like a tilted roof right above my bed. And so if it was raining or anything like that, I'd also always have the sound of the rain striking. And I just like that's like the most comforting thing to me is the sound of rain when you're trying to sleep. But here, I only because I'm at the ground floor of an apartment building, I only get the rain that comes in like really like diagonally, so I don't have the rain sounds all that often, which is just really unfortunate because I just love that sound so much. These sprints really helped me push through with the books. Thank you so much. I mean, we all need them, right? Or I definitely need them, and I'm happy to have at least gotten to where I should have been yesterday. And I'll get past the 400 page mark in the next one, so it's like 475 pages. So it'll be done tomorrow. Bussy is very beautiful, but she's way too fluffy, shedding like crazy. Yeah, Fate is like that, and then she has like hairballs every few days that she's coughing off. Lovely. Hello, ahoy. We are about to go into the final sprint, so we have one more sprint to go. So 40-minute sprint to round things off, and then at 6 or so is when I'll be rounding off the sprints entirely. I also had the skylight in my room, and sometimes the rain was so loud, and also at some points the window started to leak. That is not so fun around it. I didn't have a skylight. I basically had like regular walls for the majority of my room, but like right above my bed was like a little bit of a tilted um, angle because like the roof would go like this. So I was sleeping like right underneath that little section of it. I can hear the tinkle tinkle of a water feature in a pond in the neighborhood at night. It's too loud at night. I have to play sleep music to drown it out. I mean, I've always been really good at drowning out noise, probably from sleeping underneath that for such a long time. And then, like, when I move to a new place, it takes some getting used to. For example, moving here, I had to get used to the noises from the street. But now I'm really quite used to them. It's just like when I sleep with my windows open that I might need a little bit of an adjustment. The worst was like Malaga. It was a holiday, super hot, so the windows had to be open. It's one of those cities that never sleeps. There was a bar at the ground level, but almost no sleeping done there. Hairball season is definitely here, exactly. But so, with that, we are going to go into that final sprint. So, one last push. You can absolutely continue with more reading afterwards, but one last push together, and probably my last push for today. So, first sprint sessions done. First sprint sessions also success. I have 55 pages left to go, but I do also already have read like the amount of pages I need to read for this first prompt. So, in principle, my first prompt is actually done, but I will just finish the book and only like mark that prompt as done once I finish this book. But yeah, 55 pages to go. I might still like take it with me to go to the cinema because I'll probably just like arrive there early to be sure that I'm not late, and then I might as well do a little bit of reading there, right? I really want to brush Boosie, but but so far not sure whether she would tolerate it. Just with my hand, I got about a mouse-sized ball of fur out of her head shoulder area. Yeah, considering the tentative bond that there is with Boosie at the moment, might not be the best. I will say that like both of my cats absolutely love being brushed, though with Faith it's like a struggle because she always like falls to one side, so it's easy to brush that side, but to try to get to brush the other side, it's like a struggle because she's always like, no, 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 why are you brushing this side? I want you to brush that side. I was like, yeah, but I already brushed that side. Groceries have been acquired. I really hate shopping when I'm so uninspired when it comes to dinner plans. Yeah, for me, that's why I use HelloFresh a lot now because that just takes that sort of like that minimizes that um, like choice plan because you have less choices, especially since I'm pescatarian. That means that only the vegetarian and fish meals are available to me, so I have like a limited set of dishes to choose from, and that then just makes it like easier for me. Plus then I don't have to go shopping, or like for the most part I don't have to, because I will have all the ingredients in place already for my big meals, and then throughout the week I just go for lunch at our like the cafeteria. So basically then I don't really need to go grocery shopping. But like in weeks that I don't have it, which will like the upcoming week will be one like that, I do also really struggle with like what am I gonna cook. I'm so uninspired about what I'm gonna cook, and then like in the end I end up not really buying anything and just like surviving off of like pasta and pesto. Somebody's cooking something nice around here for I can smell it, but it isn't me unfortunately. Maybe like a barbecue. I have managed to turn a few pages through today's sprint, not as many as I'd have liked. Slow progress is my middle name. Tufty Slow Progress McTavish. I'll next catch up on some book tally box, then read some more this evening. Nice. 83 pages of Hedwig, just 311 left to go for the live show tonight. I good luck on that. Well, jumped. Oh, and happy birthday, thank you. Oh, that sounds like a challenge, definitely. I read 16 pages. You are clearly doing the same live show of Hedwig, and I really like it so far. I'm essentially a vegetarian simply because I grow a fair chunk of my own food in my garden. Fish meat is very rare in my diet nowadays. Yeah, like fish is still part of my diet in the sense that, as I said, I'm pescatarian. But typically, like I typically don't have fish in the house. I had some last week because a colleague of mine made like a toast with anchovies on it, and it turned out to be so good that I got bought myself some anchovies then. But typically, I don't really have fish in the house, and when I get HelloFresh, it's very rare for me to go for the fish option. But like, I always have it on hand in case, when I go to my parents, for example, they have the option to make me something with fish, though. They've been pretty good about making vegetarian stuff. Like in the very beginning, they were making fish almost all the time, but now it's almost always vegetarian. But then also in a restaurant, because a lot of times in restaurants you have like the same type of vegetarian meals available to you, and like sometimes then the fish option will just be nicer. Had some Jehovah's Witness during the sprints. If they knew what kind of book I currently read, they would condemn me to hell. Only 25 pages left, so this prompt is almost over, and then on to the next. We are all wishing for you to have a better book next time. 100 pages read in all the sprints today. That's pretty good for me. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm over that already. Like, because I have over 130 pages in the day, and I did read War and Peace before that, but that was only like 7 pages. So probably somewhere in the 120 pages got read during these sprints, which is very nice. We tried HelloFresh during the holidays, but I dislike that they always use the oven and the stove. I'm a one pot girl. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like multiple pots and stuff like that. I try to reduce that as much as possible to be like, yeah, I can reuse this pot to do that step, but then it just becomes longer in its preparation. But yeah, I definitely feel you on that. I do like doing the oven, so I like that they use the oven quite a lot because you just put it in there and then you can kind of forget it for a while. But yeah, definitely there's a lot of cleaning up to do once you've done HelloFresh. Hello, brand new to your channel. Hello, excited for this readathon. Looks so fun. Yeah, we're just rounding off these kickoff sprints, but definitely there will be a lot more sprints for this readathon. I sprint every Thursday, and so this month they will all be for the readathon. And then on the final day of the month, I will also still do some extra sprints to kind of round off the month. But happy to have you here and hope you'll have a good time with the readathon and some lovely choices to go through. Around the same page count left. Well, good luck on both of you. Dairy, as in cheese and yogurt, is something I cannot give up. I do make a lot of vegan dishes simply because of what I have in the garden. Yeah, when you're doing mainly like vegetables, so then you can easily get a vegan meal indeed. Made a salad with watermelon and feta and ate during the sprint. That's such a lovely combination. Oh, halfway, chapter 9. Nice. Aiming for 100 pages a day this month. My graphs on the story graph suggest I tend closer to 50 pages a day typically. Yeah, my my graph for June was very interesting because you can clearly see that. Of course, in the beginning I was in London, so there's like almost no pages read in the beginning of the month, and then I'm like very slowly building and like very lingering in the very lower range of the pages, and then towards the second half it's like whoa, more spikes as I'm realizing that I absolutely need to kick my ass in gear or otherwise I'm not gonna get much reds. I love lobbing things in a tin and shoving it in the oven. I don't want to spend the time units in the kitchen, especially in the summer weather. Well, the issue with using the oven, of course, in this weather is that that just adds so much heat to the apartment. Mostly eat vegetarian. My body gets ill from shellfish. Meat is way too expensive, so it's an easy choice to eat vegetables. Yeah, definitely. Though, like with price increases over the past year, it's actually the vegetables that have grown more expensive. So I've definitely felt the change in prices on my like grocery shopping. When I go grocery shopping, I'm like, what did I buy that's so expensive? And it's like, oh, it's the vegetables. Okay. I love how the data graph tells a story. Yeah, I can absolutely recreate my months by looking at that graph. Well, that did not go how I wanted. Everything just went wrong. I missed a ton of sprints, but still in time to say goodbye and thank you for the sprints. Well, you're welcome. We still have an entire month. Plus, for us, it's actually good. I assume you missed sprints because you were doing other stuff, and so you probably won't have finished the unspoken name by the end of today. So our chances are increasing a little bit compared to your huge productivity that was planned for today. I've seen folks describing health and life changes via their reading graphs on the story graph. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like, I don't know whether I have like such huge peaks and valleys in my story graph when you look at it like over like a lifetime or like a full year. There definitely are months in which it's like lower, but typically you actually will see that it's like lower in terms of the amount of books, but that the page count stays relatively similar. So even for the month of June, in which I did like really struggle at times, I managed to still get it to be like around the same level page wise. Oh yeah, my shopping is that it nowadays too? But I decided to grow my own when GB voted to impose sanctions upon itself. Yeah, the day is still young. Might still finish the unspoken name. Okay, I won't count you out just yet. You might just do it. Unemployment leads to more reading time for folks. I mean that would be the positive about it, but yeah, I haven't read a lot in the last month when I struggled with my internal and relationship troubles. Now I feel a stronger reading mood on the horizon. Nice. We all like it when that reading mood like returns after you felt like a little bit of a dip with it for a while. Well, wait, what did happen? What happened? You guys still see me, right? Okay, vegetables did have a crazy amount of price rise, but still meat only when I eat with friends, usually at their place, otherwise just what's laying around. Go for it. I love your reading challenges. Yeah, we'll see. We'll be eager to know whether you manage to do so. Regardless, we still admire your how you call it, ambition. But with that, we've gone through the sprints for today. Thank you so much for being here to kick this readathon off, and happy a great month. Happy reading. Good luck with all of your choices and the challenges you're putting for yourself. Um, I will probably be posting another poll tomorrow because as I'll be finishing Kaikei tomorrow, I'll be moving into my second book, and so I'll need some time for you guys to choose the third book. But so thank you for that, and evening indeed to all of you. I will definitely enjoy the movie, and yeah, see you guys for my Thursday sprints, but also just see you in the Discord. But with that, I'm ending this broadcast. Bye.